Okay, thank you, Ms. Connie. We're going to get us going here. Thank you for everybody's patience. There was a little bit of miscommunication on Plexi, but we are all good to go now. And so at this time, I do call this meeting to order, and I ask all of you to rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. For the clerk, do note that today is April the 19th, 2022. We are at Nueces County Courthouse on the 3rd floor, Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The time, I called it at 3:10 when we gavelled in. And I do certify for you at this time that a quorum has been established. Commissioner Modis, just want to check your audio and make sure I see him online. So we have all commissioners present. Just check your audio for us. Perfect. Perfect. Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect.
Good.
Okay, and at this time, I'll move straight to the announcements of disclosures with regards to any conflicts of interest. Any conflict of interest should be disclosed at this time with any items on this agenda. Are there any to declare? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to a safety briefing with Rebecca.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, April 19th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor atrium past the Human Resources office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse, and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. And our guest sanitizer for the day will be Michael. And thank you. That is the ending of our safety.
I appreciate that. I'll ask Belinda to bring forward the public comment at this time. And I do see that we have a few. I don't see any online at this time, but just will remind those of you that are participating virtually, use your icon of the hand if you do wish to speak. And Connie will call on you. Okay, at this time, I note that I have Stephen Byrne, followed by Sheriff Hooper. And Mr. Byrne, would you like to speak at this time or reserve your time for the agenda item? Yes, absolutely. If you would approach the podium, and just for those of you that are here to speak on a variety of agenda items, just a quick reminder that during public comment, we do not speak back to you, but we are listening intently. And so we ask you to remember the decorum of the courtroom, and you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. May it please the court?
Yes.
My name is Stephen Byrne. I'm an attorney. I'm here representing Julie Guerra. Thank you to the court for the opportunity to speak and to be here for Ms. Guerra. So Ms. Guerra is here because of the issue with the medical examiner's office. I have reviewed all the evidence that's available to me, and we don't know exactly what happened, but one thing is clear, and that's that we got scammed. Nueces County got scammed. And for as much as we think we're invincible to scams, it happens to the best of us. And that's what happened here. And that doesn't mean that Julie Guerra has to pay the consequences for others. What we would like to show to the court today is that Julie Guerra did her job. She provided applications, as HR is supposed to do, to the medical examiner's office. Those applications met the medical examiner's requirements for the job. The medical examiner selected an applicant that met the medical examiner's minimum qualifications, and the medical examiner hired a candidate. It's exactly what HR is supposed to do, and that's what Julie Guerra did in this case. You know, I think when we're scammed, often it's when we're most vulnerable. And you know, here we are on the heels of a global pandemic. We have a medical examiner's office that had a vacancy for a year to fill a vital physician's role in the county, and the medical examiner's office was desperate. And I would suggest that the county was vulnerable at that time. Julie Guerra is highly qualified for the role of the head of the Human Resources Department. In fact, I suggest she's the most qualified person. She's been in that position for 16 years. And she's done a great job. She's got plenty of support here today. I know there are other people that would like to speak, and I'll allow that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. I'll call J.C. Hooper, Sheriff Hooper.
Thank you. Judge and,
Yes, sir.
and Commissioners, my name is J.C. Hooper. I'm the Sheriff of Nueces County. So yesterday I received a phone call or an email from Julie Guerra, and she just asked me to come speak about the relationship between my agency and her Human Resources Department. And it's simply this, that they do a significant amount of recruiting for us, and they give us a list of applicants that are a result of that recruiting effort. It is ultimately my responsibility to hire somebody. It is my responsibility to see that the person I hired is qualified, and it's my responsibility to see that the person that I hire has the certification and accreditation that is required for whatever position I put them in. And so that's the extent of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Hooper. Next, we have Mr. Kevin Kisnick.
Kevin Kisnick, Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector, and I'm going to echo the same things that Sheriff Hooper mentioned in that it is my ultimate responsibility to make sure that I'm hiring the people who meet the qualifications for my department. I can also tell you that over the last 10 years, we've had many very extensive HR-related issues that I've had to work with Ms. Guerra with. Some of those situations included preventing the suicide of an employee, preventing a prosecution of some people who were stealing from the county and from our taxpayers, and also just dealing with things from sexual harassment and some very touchy subjects that we've had to deal with over the years. You know, when you run an organization, you've got 67 employees, these things happen. And the relationship we've had with her has been extensive and very much appreciated, because I would not want to have to wade through those with somebody who didn't know what they were doing. And I feel like she's done a fine job helping us in those areas. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Kisnick. Next, we have Judge Bobby Gonzalez. Sir.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Bobby Gonzalez, JP in Robstown, one of the 9. I'm here just to reiterate, I've been on the bench, luckily enough, for 21 years in my neck of the woods, and most of my staff has always stayed with me. Some have retired just in the last year. And during that time, Julie has always helped out in her staff, been really great in bringing the applicants that we need to fill the positions in our office. And she's always been to make sure that we had the top-notch qualified that were for the job position. The interviewing process was our responsibility, mine as the head of the department, but my chief clerk also. And that was always thoroughly done with responsibility and and prudence in her respect of make sure the most qualified was presented to the court. And as well as issues in this last year that we had with COVID, when we had issues that needed to be transposed to our staff, we made sure the message was relayed to them. That was coming from HR as well as from the Commissioner's Court and the judge. And just letting you know that she's a qualified individual that has done a great job in holding that HR position.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Next, we have Jimmy Rivera, Constable Rivera.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commissioners, I want to reiterate, just like Sheriff Hooper, I too, and this is my 4th term as a constable, and in all 4 terms, I've constantly gone to duty for assistance for hiring, firing, disciplinary actions, or retirement. At all aspects and phases, ultimately, it is my responsibility to pick the correct candidate or the best qualified candidate. And like Sheriff Hooper, her job is to recruit, but it's my job to select the one I believe is going to do the best job and meet those qualifications. These past 4 terms, we've worked hand in hand. I'm not going to say we agree with everything, but I'm going to defend somebody who does her job wonderfully. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Constable. The next person that I have is Terry Shamsy, but it does say indigent care. Would you like to speak on that right now? All right, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge Gonzalez. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it. I'm here on one item, and that's the mental health grant. And, opportunity knocks one time, and it's knocking today. You have a chance to change the life of many people in this community. Mental health is a touchy topic. A lot of people don't want to address it, try to avoid it, but it's a topic that enters every family. And the program and the effort that the county judge, that the Board of Judges, and all the people behind this that helped in obtaining this opportunity to get this grant, and the amount of money is amazing, what's on the table, is something that should be recognized and something should be acknowledged to all those people that worked on this. And I don't want to start naming names because I'm going to leave someone out and they're going to feel offended. But this really hits home. I've been a criminal defense lawyer for 35 years, and I will tell you that so many of our clients suffer from mental illness. And these resources will help tremendously in resolving cases, saving the county money in the long term. And until it touches your individual lives, sometimes you just don't realize how serious it is, And there's many people in this community that suffer and have family members that suffered. I lost a niece to suicide. So I know. So I'm asking you to think about the people that need the help, that are vulnerable, and take this chance to change your life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Online with us is Mr. Christopher Gale. I'll ask him to unmute at this time and also hand this back to, okay, I lost Belinda in the room, but I'll ask Ide to make certain that there's nobody else that needs to sign up. There might be some people that walked in late, I see in the back of the room. And Mr. Gale, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Judge. First of all, I'd like to mirror Judge Shamsy's opinions in regards to mental health in this area, and so I would approve of what he says and ask you to seriously consider what he's proposing to you. Now, to the reason I'm here, though, is also it's in regards to the medical examiner position, and I know that we've had some discussions before, and I just wanted to kind of comment in regards to this. And I'm really making this comment not only for the Commissioner's Court, but also for the citizens of the county to advise them that, or to at least give them my perspective. My perspective is this. is that when issues originally came up and some disagreements in regards to an investigation, the first complaint was to say that a particular doctor had not taken an oath. And then we determined that it's not necessary to take an oath in regards to the medical examiner's position. And so that went to the wayside. Then the issue became, and has continued to become, that one of the deputy medical examiner was not licensed at the time that she performed autopsies or worked in the medical examiner's office. And the law is very clear. While the chief medical examiner must be licensed in the state of Texas, a deputy medical examiner does not have to be. And there is no requirement whatsoever. So while we go down this road of wondering what was done to try to get an emergency license or to get a temporary license, and while those things they're nice, and maybe that was something good that should be done, but it's not something that was necessary. There is absolutely no requirement ever that this particular doctor be licensed in the state of Texas. So when I'm reading what has now brought us here, which is an arrest of my client, and typically what you see is that if something doesn't occur in front of the police, then typically they investigate and they get somebody indicted for a crime, they put it to a grand jury, and then after that they arrest them. But that's not what we have here. Dr. Shaker has not been indicted for anything, and all you have is a charging instrument. When you're looking at the affidavit in support of the arrest in this case, the entirety of the affidavit concerns the licensing of Dr. Lydon. And all we can say is that that was an unnecessary thing. Whether somebody didn't get the license or otherwise is just simply irrelevant. You don't have to have one. And so everyone remaining concerned about that is going down the wrong trail. Dr. Shaker is, presently on FMLA leave, and that's why I'm here to talk. And I'm not here to lambast anybody, but just to give a perspective is that the things that are of concern should not be of concern. And so I offer that. My client has still, he has offered his retirement, and he's willing to do that. He wants to do that. And he just wants to, instead of giving somebody to take his stead a hand grenade, he'd like to give him a baton, and he's still willing to do whatever's necessary to make sure that's accomplished. So with that said, I'm here today to give sort of a comment. I know that y'all may be discussing things. To the extent that I can answer questions or anything of that nature, then I would offer that. If not, I will remain silent and just watch. But I want everyone to understand the things that are of concern, that continue to be of concern to everybody, should not be of concern. There may be other things that we need to look at in regards to the medical examiner's office or any other position in the county. But fixating on something that's not required by law is just rabble-rousing. And so I would tell everybody to take a step back and get a better perspective in regards to this. And don't believe what you hear and what you see, but what is actually supported by the law and the facts. And when you look at those things, you will see that there is an unnecessary, there's a fire burning being yelled in the background. Don't imbibe into it. And so that's what I have to offer. I thank you for the time for talking today. And again, I'll just mute. And if there's any questions during that particular thing, I will await and see what you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I do have two additional folks, and so I will call upon Judge Joe Benavides.
Thank you. Thank you, County Judge, Commissioners. Wanted first and foremost speak on behalf of the mental health, and I concur with Mr. Terry Shamsy. There's a lot of issues that occur in my courtroom at the lowest level on mental health, and I'm so happy and glad that that we did receive the grant to combat the issues we have here locally. Second, on behalf of Julie Guerra, the HR director, let it be known that I am an HR person that understands the difficulties and the solutions within the HR department. I think are pretty much antiquated now. We're up to par with technology and all that. But to let everyone know that it is most important to understand that we as department heads, elected officials, do in fact get very involved with who we hire and who we terminate. And do we get advisement or do we try to get information from Ms. Guerra? Yeah, basically. But it's our responsibility to make sure we hire the right people and that we terminate those that are justified. Thank you.
Thank you. and Ms. Kathy Ard Blantner.
Thank you, Judge Canales and County Commissioners. I am here to speak on behalf of Julie Guerra. She and her staff provided Herculean efforts during the COVID crisis for our county to manage the care and treatment of the employees of the county and to make sure that their needs were met during the dire times when they were exposed or had COVID. And her office was very flexible and kept up to date with all of the changes from the CDC to make sure that we were on the cutting edge of the most current information. And we appreciated her support during that 2.5 year period. And she still continues to this day to update information to all of the Nueces County employees and the elected officials on available services. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes those that have signed up for public comment, but I will ask for a final. Okay. At this time, I'm going to move to the acceptance of the minutes and move straight into regular agenda item number 1. We'll receive a presentation. There are 2 minutes, Commissioners, that need approval. They're April 8th and April 13th. Is there a motion to approve? All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Chesney and Commissioner Myers. Did I hear you say second? Yes, sir. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Pose same sign. All right, and so now we'll move straight into 2A1, which is to receive a presentation from the Board of District Court Judges. It's regarding the Texas Indigent Defense Commission mental health grant. You just heard a little public comment in relation to such grant. And also, there is an action item to consider the submission of application for the TIDC mental health grant. The court recognizes the presiding judge of the 5th Administrative Region, Judge Missy Maderi. And she's joined by other judges, and I'm going to have her recognize everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge. As I was introduced, my name is Missy Maderi. I'm the 347th District Court presiding judge. I'm also the presiding judge of the 5th Administrative Region, where Nueces County is one of the counties that falls in my jurisdiction. We are here today to present to you 2 mental health public defender's office requests. I would like to say that the entire Board of Judges is behind this request and asks for you and for your consideration. I would say a lot of them are in jury trial, but we have Judge Tim McCoy, Judge Deanne Galvan, Judge Bobby Galvan. I think he had to go back up to his jury trial. Judge Mark Werner as well. And then also Amanda De La Cerda, who we could not have done this without her. Joining the presentation today also will be Ms. Lisa Greenberg, who is behind me, defense attorney, and Ms. Danis Obregon. So if I've missed anybody, I do apologize. I want to go forward on this. So we all know that you guys are going to have a million questions on this. So what we would ask is we've created a presentation for you, and we would hope that you all would listen to the entire presentation because we might be able to answer some of your questions during that presentation. So if you all could hold questions, that would be great because I think we might be able to answer some of them. So there's 2 proposals for consideration at this time. One of them, the first, is a mental health public defender's office where they would handle 100%, realistically 95% of all the mental health because there'll be some conflicts, obviously, and then 15% of all other indigent defense. The second proposal, and that one is for a total grant amount that we are requesting from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission of basically $12 million. $12 million that this county would not have but for our request of this mental health and the Commissioner's Courts. The second is a mental health public defender's office where they would once again handle 100% of it, which is really 95% with the conflicts, and then 25% of all of the other indigent defense. That would be a $14 million that the county would get, that the county would not get but for these grants. So, Connie, if I can get that first slide for me, that would be great. So, first of all, as you can see, and I'm going to kind of talk over these slides, so the Texas legislature, you guys are all familiar with ARPA funds. I hear you all talking about them all the time. We have at the Texas Indigent Defense Commission $13.9 million under the American Rescue Plan Act for indigent defense grants addressing pandemic-related backlogs. Now, it's a pretty broad grant because everyone has pandemic-related backlogs. The other thing is that there is $5 million to TIDC to focus on serving populations with mental illness. That's a little bit less. I think TIDC has already given some of that away. In the past, so this is something that we've never had before, right? ARPA grants we've never had, and unless the locusts are coming next, we hopefully will not have this situation ever again. But in this situation, we have always been able to ask for a formula grant. A formula grant from TIDC is 80% paid for the first year, 20% by the county, then 60%, then 40%, then 20%. Because of the ARPA funds that are available, what we are able to do is request 6 years from TIDC. The first 2 years would be 100% paid for by Texas Indigent Defense Commission. That means the build-outs, that means the chairs, that means the computers, that means everything in order to get this up and running. Now with ARPA, instead of just asking 4 years, we can now ask for 6 years. First 2 years would be no cost to the county, and then the next would be 80, 60, 40, and 20. Can I get the next slide, please? So why create a mental health defender program? What's our problem, right? What are our issues? What do the judges see? What do all, why do all judges are on board on this? Because we have a problem. We have, the first thing, we have overpopulation of jail. And I know the sheriff's here, we talk about this on a daily basis. What is our population at? What is our population in the jail? The second thing that we have decompensating defendants, right, or clients. These are delayed in treatment. These are individuals that are decompensating in jail as we speak, or they are released and they are decompensating on the street. Next is we have a backlog of cases. Now, as I said, 25% of indigent cases here are mental health. And so with the backlog of cases, we hope to be able to create something with this mental health court. Lapse in services or treatment, right? So if you think about it, if an individual gets out of jail and they don't have their meds, they are not being treated. Their source of the problem is not being treated. And then they go and they get services, but their appointments in July or their appointments in August. So what happens? That individual decompensates on the streets, not taking his meds or her meds, and then ends up coming back, which is the next thing. Revolving door. We have a recidivism rate in here. If you ask every single judge here, if you see people over and over and over and over again, the answer is correct, yes, we do. And why? Because we do not treat the base underlying problem that these individuals who, through no fault of their own, right? It's like somebody being born without a leg. You cannot blame that individual. So on no fault of their own, right, they are coming back in because they're not being treated. The next is the expensive, inconsistent, expensive legal costs. So, and I know my colleagues are going to be speaking about this earlier or later on, but if you think about it, no one has training in mental health, right? No one has it. When the lawyers get assigned a case, they go, oh my gosh, I've got a mental health case. What do I need to do? Well, I need to learn about it. Well, maybe if they had had somebody from the very beginning that was helping them from the very beginning, you wouldn't have a case where you had 8 lawyers put on it that all have to learn. And this county pays those lawyers to learn. So it is a cost for the county. If I can have the next slide, please. Divisions of Public Defender's Office. This is where we would be able to help. Felony mental health, misdemeanor mental health, juvenile mental health, and the appeals. Next slide. So here's something that's very interesting. And Nueces County has the ability to lead and not to just follow. And if you look, Nueces is the 15th highest in population, and we have no public defender's office. 11 of the top 15 have them. They are working in those other counties. They have county commissioners that love these ideas. They have county judges that are on board on this. And you'll see that later on in one of the video presentations. I'm going to pass this over to Dennis Obregon, but I would like to urge the commissioners. We need this. This community needs this. These individuals are the most marginalized in our community, and we need to be able to reach out, and we need to be able to help them, and be leaders in our state. 11 of the highest population counties have already done this. I believe we have a moral obligation to the mentally ill, and we have an obligation to this community. I hope that you all will seriously consider this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Obregon, and I am a criminal defense attorney, and I've practiced in these Nueces County courts for over 20 years. I want to talk to you today about why Nueces County can't afford to pass up the opportunity to apply for the grants Judge Mederi talked about that have become available from TIDC. Time magazine reported in 2020 that there are 10 times more people with serious mental illness in our nation's correctional facilities than in our state psychiatric hospitals. The intersection of mental illness with crime is a public safety issue, and an expensive one. Let's look at an actual Nueces County case. Next slide, please. This is the local history for a woman we're going to call Kay. As you can see, she has around 18 arrests spanning the last 10 years. The assault arrests include having assaulted an unknown person at a bus stop over an issue with Whataburger. She hit someone else with her hands, she threw a soda can at her mom, and she hit a healthcare worker. She's also had a number of charges of assault on a public servant. These include spitting, punching, biting, and headbutting our devoted jailers and law enforcement personnel. The burglary of a habitation you see is when she broke into someone's home that she did not know, put on their clothes, and when officers arrived, she did not make sense and was very agitated. You see a lot of dismissals on that screen. Normally, that would seem like a victory for the attorney representing her because they obviously were successful in convincing the prosecutor that she could not be held liable for her actions because of her mental health. But the problem is, without addressing the mental health, she's right back in the system with a new charge. The system is not working for Kay or for our community. Today, Kay is in our jail, and she is charged with another assaultive offense against a healthcare worker. There have been numerous victims in her cases, 8 different court-appointed attorneys, almost 1,100 days in jail, which translates to over $49,000 because time is money. An additional almost $7,000 has been spent on attorney fees, competency evaluations, and transportation to and from hospitals. Approximately a quarter of our pending criminal cases have a mental health flag from a local mental health authority. Those are the ones we know about. There are also people with mental illness that have their diagnoses from a private doctor or from Veterans Services. If 1/4 of the criminal cases in Nueces County turn into some version of K, we need a better way. TIDC has grants for a mental health public defender's office because they help. Next slide, please. So how can a mental health PDO help? First, instead of the overpopulated jail Judge Mederi referred to, early intervention reduces jail days. A PDO would have a streamlined system for addressing mental health bonds and attorneys reliably available to go to court. So Kay could have been paired with an attorney and a PDO team immediately and have her bond arranged. Next, instead of decompensating clients because of treatment delays, there would be efficient identification of medication and resources, which would reduce the jail days and help achieve stability and competency. A PDO team would consist of an attorney, a social worker, and an investigator, all trained to better identify the cause of the criminal behavior, gather and evaluate records, coordinate with mental health professionals, identify housing and employment issues and opportunities, and help Kay achieve stability. The goal is to reduce the need for self-medicating, stealing, trespassing, to reduce the violent outbursts that come if medications aren't being managed or other stressors are in their lives. Kaufman County's PDO reports an average of 113 fewer jail days per felony case that they have worked on. Fort Bend County's PDO reports savings of $2,207 on misdemeanor cases each because of the jail day reduction. Next, instead of the backlogged courts, timely disposition of these cases by a trained PDO team would reduce the docket backlog for the courts and improve the outcomes for the clients. Specialization by the PDO team means they are not reinventing the wheel with every case, like in Kay's case, 8 different attorneys. Experience spotting the issues, connecting her with resources, reliable availability for the courts, lower caseloads, consistent and relevant training. Also, they serve as a centralized hub for contacts with client, the family, law enforcement, prosecutor, courts. All of that reduces delay. Bowie County reported 176 fewer days per felony case from arrest to disposition. Time is money. Next, instead of the gaps in service or treatment, the PDO builds relationships between the clients, the PDO team, the mental health service providers, all which bridges the gaps in service, reducing case delay, reducing the risk of reoffending, and increasing the client stability and therefore public safety. The PDO team would streamline competency evaluations, coordinate the competency restoration, and efficiently resume the criminal case when it's time. Kay was found incompetent 4 times by my count. The PDO could avoid that by monitoring through the relationships they develop and reducing the time it takes to reach each step. Instead of recidivism, next slide please. The revolving door public safety problem, a trained PDO team provides a holistic approach which reduces crime and increases stability and public safety. A PDO team would treat the person's actual mental health needs, reducing crime, increasing public safety. And for those that do reoffend, the PDO would already have a file, enabling them to make adjustments rather than starting over at square one every single time. With identifiable partners in the mental health advocacy, law enforcement would spend less of their time on the front lines making those fateful hospital or jail decisions. Travis County's PDO reports 22% fewer rearrests on mental health cases that they've helped. Finally, instead of inconsistent, expensive legal costs, a trained PDO team with the central hub streamlines representation and cost and provides beneficial resources for the legal community and the public. Resources like forms, contacts, processes, seminars, mitigation assistance, all of these would be developed and then available to assigned counsel on the cases that the PDO is conflicted out of. Next slide, please. This chart shows the success in Bexar County in County Court 12. The blue bar represents the number of days between arrest and disposition for the cases handled by their PDO office. The orange is the appointed attorneys, and the gray are the retained attorneys. So, of course, you can tell there's a pattern there. The public defender's office handles their cases more efficiently. Time is money. Next slide, please. This chart we provided to you guys. Actually, is this the right one? Yeah. Okay. I believe this is, no, this is not mine. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Dale to do most of the charts. He's the numbers guy. But I would like to ask you, while you're listening to the money, to keep in mind some things that may not be reflected in the charts. First of all, we did have them modify the average cost of indigent cost in Nueces County. We had originally done 3 years, but we discovered that the COVID year was included, and that artificially brought that number down because we weren't taking care of cases. So they took it back to just 2 years, 2 more normal years. And next, I would ask you to keep in mind the costs that may not be in a chart. And that is that if we don't change the system, then the jail will stay overpopulated. We won't be able to empty it out. We won't be able to ever renew that federal contract or maybe pull back some of our defendants from Victoria that is costing this county money. And then in addition to that, those folks that are in jail will continue to decompensate. They will continue to reoffend. They will continue to not receive the services they need. And they will continue to put this county at risk if they harm others while in the Nueces County Jail. We simply can't afford to pass up this opportunity for free money to jumpstart a public defender's office. I'll hand off the rest of the numbers discussion to Dale Ashley.
Thank you. As you see from the list we hear, I was asked to determine what the cost would be for our court-appointed attorneys. This is for all cases, all courts, for all the county court laws, as well as your district courts and your social and mental services. And we went back to pre-pandemic. We went all the way back to 12-13 and go all the way to 18-19. And you'll see that the average cost of each of our court-appointed attorneys for those fiscal years is about $3.4 million per year. So as you see after pandemic, we can't really do those because of the number of cases went down. But as you see, our number of costs has gone up of 3.5. As the judge was saying, if we assume that 25% of these costs are related to mental health, as well as maybe doing the 15 or the 25% additional cost that we're talking about, there would be a possible savings about $1.5 to $1.7 million of savings that we could see from each fiscal year for this. Now, there could be, as we get in the fiscal years, if we accept the grant and we go into years 5 and 6, there's no way of knowing whether there'll be a increase or not. There could be a possible slight increase, but we have to also know that there's a lot of savings associated with this. That doesn't show it here, but if we know that if we can reduce our number of inmates in jail and our sheriff is comfortable with it, we can then all of a sudden start bringing back our federal inmates. We've had a contract back 4 or 5 years ago with the U.S. Marshal Services that we had about 40 beds available. I don't think they've ever exceeded 20 inmates per day, and that was anywhere from $550,000 to close to $750,000 of additional income we could have. And as the judge was saying, if we can reduce our cost, right now we're because of our population in the jail, we're shipping several inmates out to I believe right now it's only one county at the moment, and that's costing us anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000 a year currently. And that's just recently that we had to start doing that because of the pandemic. So that's where the numbers rely. I believe the grant is reliable, and I believe there is enough cost savings to justify working through these items, and that's the expenses that I have and how I see the cost for our court-appointed attorney fees is. So until once we get this running, as you saw from the other counties, for Bexar County, Fort Bend County, and Collin County, you saw a significant reduction of inmate days. And if we can do that, and you saw in the schedule I provided to you before, we're averaging about, if you take the total cost and the total number of inmates, it averages about $45 to $55 per day per inmate. So you can see that if we can reduce the number of inmates in our jail, and we can kind of minimize some of our costs associated with jail, we would save the additional costs that there may be. But that's where I provided the information for that, and that's what I have on that particular area. The next item on the next slide is information that they received from TIDC on the grants. If Judge, if you want to continue on that.
You want to talk on that?
That's where the 2-year versus the 3-year changed in the second to last column. It's now the 2-year average cost of the current system. And then to the right of that, you see the change. And of course, the savings in those first 3 years, if you flip that and compare it to the extra costs in the last 3 years, it comes pretty close.
Right.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yes, if you look at the very first 2 years, the TIDC is basically paying 100% of our, if we averaging $3.5 million, they're paying $3.5 million. They're basically covering our entire cost for our entire court attorney fees from that. So we can definitely see those savings in where we have, and we can then book those savings somewhere in a special fund somewhere that when we get to year 5, 6, and 7, if those funds are needed, then we can use those funds at a later time to cover it.
And so another way of maybe thinking about that is that you could bank
Yes.
year 1 and year 2 savings that
Right.
you would have from that 100% grant, and then create almost like a reserve so that when you have that burden in year 5 and 6, you have a well to go back to if needed.
So could
Okay.
you, and taking that one step further, because that's kind of where I was going to, Judge, was when you bank it, are you able to really carry that over for 2 or 3 years if you bank it?
We can definitely set this up as a continued appropriation for this particular issue, so yes, we can bank it, yes.
Okay, and I guess the question there would be, you're projecting potential 1.5 million savings in the court attorney's fees, right?
Yes.
What we could possibly do too is one of the things that when we visited, I mentioned too, was change the line item for the judges to where we could actually see where that could happen. In other words, they're all going back to that number. I think they've all got a projected, I think it's 275. I don't know what the number is, but we could change a line item, potentially reduce their attorney's fees, put that towards the bank or whatever. And I get that if they go over the attorney's fees, we still got to pay it, but that would be one way to show the court like a definitive reduction if we did that. Obviously, we're going to talk to the judges about that.
And we can do that. Right now, we already have a bank situation. If you look at Department 3300, we have a $150,000 contingency there. Should there any other the other courts need funds, we transfer funds from there. So we can definitely work with each of the courts and say this is what we assume the reduction of the fees will be, and definitely put that as a contingency should they need it.
I think that would be, because the projection is great, and I know the judges are all on board, but as we talked about, who knows what changes, the court changes, that judges change, you never know what can happen. Sometimes things can go a different direction, so it would be good if we're going to do something like this to have an agreement with the judges on those attorney's fees. And I think if you want to,
Except for County Court at Law number 5, which is
Right.
special.
Yeah.
Right. So Commissioner Chesney, a great question on that, and I know that we had spoken about it before. So we just had a regular monthly Board of Judges meeting, and I brought that up to the Board of Judges, and they agree with that, if we could bank that. And we all understand that you'll have to pay them if we need them, right? But we don't usually need them every year. So if we can bank that, maybe $25,000 from each county court and $50,000 from each district court. That's another thing that we can just bank.
and that's that's definite funds, right? What is that? That's
I think I
50,
calculated it
that's
almost
400.
$500,000.
Yeah, that'd be $500,000 there,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously, so you just need to kind of show us, Dale, where the other savings would be, because obviously you're saying 1.5. That's a lot larger number. That's great to hear.
Well, why I'm saying that, because I just took if you look at the page, go back one page, Connie, if you can go back one. You see these are your actual costs for your court-appointed attorney fees. So if we assume that let's pick out 1213, and the total cost was $3.1 million. So if we assume that 40% of that is mental health will be covered under this, we can deduct $1.5 million from that cost, and then the cost for the other balances will be around $2 million.
Wait, you lost me there. Sorry. Let's go to 2021 and take your example, because that's
2021 is after
It's
pandemic.
too low
so.
because of COVID. Choose
Okay.
another year.
Fair enough. 19. Well, so it's 19, 20, 18, 19. I guess let's go there. But
Okay, 18, 19. So right now we're saying right at $3.5 million for that particular event. If you look at it,
budgeted, is that
that's
about what?
actual expenses we had for court-appointed attorneys.
Okay.
That's actually money that went out last fiscal, the 18, 19 for all types of court-appointed attorneys was $3.5 million.
Let me ask it another way. Let's take out Court 5, right? Because that's just, it is what it is. So if you take all the courts, what is each budget? I think what Judge Maderi and I talked about is each county court or each district court gets $275,000 a year budget, but I don't know what the county court was.
They're a lot lower because they're court-appointed attorneys. I don't have that number right in front of me, but they're probably, like the judge saying, around 170.
So if I'm just trying to get where these numbers are. Okay, so 275 times 8 is 2.2 million. and then another, whatever the county courts are, we don't know. So I'm trying to figure out where I'm sorry, and we need to pull out count Court 5. So 3.5 reduces to 2.8, let's say, right, 2.7. So 2.2 plus the county court. So there you go. That probably is roughly is going to add up to what you're saying.
Yes.
And so what I'm trying to figure is if, like, it's great to take the 50,000 and the 25,000, but you're saying it might be more like 1.5. That's 500,000 versus $1.5 million. So do we bank more, or do we? I'm just.
Well, the only reason I'm saying that because if we take the these are all court-appointed attorneys, so let's say $2.5 million is every court, every case that went through our court in 1819.
Court 5.
Instead of Court 5. So if we assume that if the new
Which this will help
office
Court
we
5
have,
too. I think this will help Court 5 too. Don't get me wrong. They got a lot of mental health cases, but we just don't know what the CPS cases, so it's a little harder to analyze that court. And those laws keep changing to the detriment of the fee structure, probably to the advantage of the people, but it drives the costs up.
So let me just, I've got a different schedule. I believe you were provided this schedule.
Yes.
If you look at there, you'll see, let's just pick let's do the district courts. This is the way it works. So the district courts, the total district courts, the cost for the court-appointed attorneys was $2,143,381 for all of the 8 district courts.
For the regular year.
For the regular year.
Right.
So if we assume that of those cases, we can say that if we had the offender's office, about 40% of that cost would be covered by that, and we wouldn't need the additional expense of court-appointed attorneys. So we're saying that if we did that, we could save out of that amount about $857,000 if we did the 25%.
But what, and I hear where you're going, but what they're saying is they're willing to bank an amount that's less, and I know it's just like a shot in the dark right now. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying, so and I think that 50 number, we just kind of, we didn't know what the right number was, right? So I guess you're saying you think that could be an $800,000 savings.
Yes.
But out of the district courts, but the 500 or the 8 times 50, sorry, I can't talk, is $400,000 out of the district court. So where are you getting that other number? That's what I'm trying to ask you. I'm not doing it very well.
Well, they're just saying that they're willing to reduce their budget slightly to give you a little bit of contingency. I believe that there's going to be a larger contingency based on savings from what they have. They're saying that because they're going to have some other cases that are very expensive. If you know your capital murder case, other cases that are part of this fees are very expensive.
Right.
So we need to think about those particular items. So I'm coming to the number saying, okay, if we do 40% of all cases of all the courts for the district courts, we can say that the public defender's office would have covered $800,000 of it in 1919. The rest would have been other outside appointed attorneys.
And Commissioner, let me turn to Ms. Greenberg and get her comments, and then I want to pivot back on something which would be, maybe I'll pivot right back to Judge Maderi, because I think there's one thing that we're not calculating, and that's the sliding scale. So you need to take into consideration that year 3, your deficit is 20%. Your year, 4, your deficit is 40%, and so on. And so that needs. I'm saying you're banking every year.
Right,
okay.
So you're banking in advance, even though you're getting the 100%.
That's correct.
That's fair.
And so I want to make sure that we figure that. And so I'll yield to Ms. Greenberg while we hold that thought on the math.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Hi. I know you guys are excited to hear from another lawyer, but I'll try to make it quick. I have a different perspective, okay? And we'll get back to the numbers. But when I was asked to speak on the mental health public defender, I want you to know I'm a private criminal defense lawyer. And this organization, if it passes, if we get this grant, will take money out of my pocket. And I believe enough in it to be here today. So I'm going to ask Connie, there's a brief video that Bexar County put together that says something better than I can, and then I want to ask you to listen to me, and I promise to try to make it brief, and then I'll turn it back to the questions.
Thank you. Connie?
Jails have unfortunately become de facto mental health institutions. We've got people here that just flat out don't belong here. They should be in a bed somewhere getting care for their mental health condition, and it's not fair for the mental health consumer. It's not fair to the first responders that are having to fill a role that's not really theirs, although we do the best job that we can. And it's not fair to the taxpayers that are footing the bill for this. For the most part, people don't just commit crimes to commit crimes. There may be something else going on in the background that we need to be cognizant of.
Our office actually started primarily as a mental health public defender. So what does that mean if you're a mental health public defender? It means you're representing someone who's charged with a crime who has a mental illness. And so we actually started out with just a misdemeanor mental health division. But since then we've expanded because of the work the judges saw we were doing. They were happy with the work. We had district judges asking us to put a mental health felony public defender in their court. And so we were able to expand into that. Also, mental illness is often tied to some of the domestic violence cases. And like most counties, Bexar County has a problem with domestic violence. So we were able to get a grant from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission to start a family violence mental health division as well. In addition, we have people who represent you if you're part of civil commitment proceedings. The county has to provide an attorney under the Health and Safety Code if the state is seeking to commit you civilly. So we have attorneys who provide defense to people who are part of the civil commitment proceeding.
The fact that we're able to help so many people with mental illnesses is one of the biggest reasons I became a public defender. I read the job description, and when it described having to work with people with mental illnesses, it touched my heart. I have mental illnesses in my family, and so I just thought I'd like to do whatever I could to ensure that others were able to get the help that my family members were able to get.
The Public Defender's Office not only is doing quality representation, but they're also setting standards about how someone should be represented.
It's part of holistic defense. And what does holistic defense mean? It means we're not representing a file, we're representing a person. So you may have an attorney who's very competent at knowing what the issues are and being a great trial attorney who can provide a great defense. But they don't really look at the person, they're looking at the charge.
I think more than anything, one of the things that we always need to focus on within the court system is to make sure that individuals that get arrested have developed a relationship with someone they can trust. And to have the public defender's office there encourages that client-attorney relationship, which really sets the tone for the rest of the case. I've always thought that the attorney-client relationship is the most significant relationship within the courtroom. What that does, right, is it fosters faith in the community. We're able to use the public defender's office in a way to help educate attorneys, so they've been a resource. I know that attorneys come to the public defender's office when they need assistance with ideas, with legal issues. I know that the appellate section here has provided a lot of assistance for the bar. It's also done the same for the judiciary. To know that there is a chief public defender that we can communicate with and work with in working on policy is a really big thing.
With the work that I have done since I've been in office, with the judges that are involved with the magistration, as well as Michael Young, the director of the Public Defender's Office, we have all been working together to ensure that we have advocacy on both sides to make sure that this system is as fair as it should be.
Since we've been here, hearing from our clients, they are so very grateful that we are here to provide them with whatever services we can.
And there's so many benefits of having them here, ranging from the bond amount, from getting background information, letting us know when somebody needs a mental health release or something like that. It's been a huge benefit, I think, especially for the defendants that are here.
Just in case you haven't figured it out, I am extremely passionate about what I do. I love my job. I love the people I work with.
You know, when I first took this job about 6 years ago, I could not say affirmatively that public defender's offices are a good idea. I knew we would do better work. I knew if the county puts in resources and you have dedicated attorneys to doing this kind of work, you would get better outcomes. But I wasn't convinced, because I hadn't seen the numbers, that it would be cost effective. I've changed my position. After doing this for 6 years and seeing the good results and seeing the other benefits that flow from it.
Success doesn't always look
like the way we think, but the transformation from when I first met the person, there was no hope. And the way the individual would talk and describe themselves, you could see a person in darkness. And the system that just kept rolling, and they just rolled with it, and whatever was going to happen, happened. But once we came to the ending of our time together, I could see that he had hope. And that was actually one of the things that we talked about that he never thought he would have. Had God never put you guys in my path, I would be looking at a lot worse. I feel like it will be all right. If not, it's okay. This is going to stay with me. Because I know we changed somebody's life.
Can you mute that? Thank you. So I'm just going to ask you, for 5 minutes to not look at a graph, just for my part, because I promise you we're going to get back to the numbers. But I'm going to ask you to look at the next slide, if you would, Connie. I'm going to tell you why I'm here. That's my client. His name is Andres Machel, and his mother is here with me today. I asked her to be here, and I didn't think I was going to get emotional. I'm grateful she's here. Andy, Andres, is beautiful. He could be any of our sons. And at the age of 21, he experienced mental illness. His parents, he comes from a beautiful nuclear family. His parents tried to get him help. By the way, Andy received a full scholarship to the University of Houston, Victoria, for soccer. Handsome, beautiful, smart. He began experiencing symptoms of mental illness. And his family noticed, and they did everything they could to get him help. His mother researched many doctors, called for help, but she couldn't make Andy go get help because he's an adult. And eventually, they called the police, who committed Andy in a terrible experience for 3 days in Edinburgh. He was released, given medications, returned home. His parents again could not make him take his medications. Andy began wandering in the community, preoccupied with religion, talking. People thought he was on drugs. And eventually, when he was wandering, he left the area and was homeless and was rearrested. He pushed a security guard. He had many delusions, and he pushed a security guard, and he was jailed. And Andy's parents didn't know what to do and hired a lawyer and begged for help. They asked the lawyer to get him mental health help. And the lawyer pled him, just like that case Dennis told you about, and said, we'll follow up with mental health care. And he was released from jail, and he was returned home. And afterwards, Andy killed his father and burned the house down. And Miss Machel, who's here with me today, did everything she could. Andy was in jail for 4 years. He had a court-appointed lawyer. He sat in jail with no medicine for 2 years. Finally, a bed opened up at Rusk where he regained competency and was put on medication. He was released and sent home to await trial. After the court appointed an expert to Andy's case, one who said he was sane at the time of the offense, another one was appointed who said he was insane at the time of the offense. And Miss Marshall came to me. And I had to reinvent the wheel after 4 years. And I had to find all the evidence that was missed of mental illness. And eventually, with the help of the public defender in Collin County, the mental health public defender in Collin County, I got all the resources, and I did the work she does here. And I was able to go to the district attorney and say, I've changed the opinion of the other expert. Both experts agree this person was insane at the time of the offense. We saved the county a trial. And we submitted an order to the judge who signed it. That was a trial after 4 years that would have happened. And Andy was eventually placed, this was actually just a couple months ago, in San Antonio State Hospital, where he's receiving care and medication and realizing what happened. And his mother is finally able to heal. And I hate to sit up here and talk about her like she's not here. But I wanted you to see a human being. I'm grateful she came to me. But what if she hadn't? I'm just one person who had to learn. I want there to be this help. We all know that there's a problem in this community. I want there to be a place for people to ask for help. I'm hoping that telling you Andy's story matters, so that people like Mrs. Marshall have a place to go, where there's early intervention, where tragedies like this don't have to happen, where people care and know what to do. It's not only unfair to people like Mrs. Marshall, it's unfair to the police to have to be psychiatrists. It's unfair to court-appointed lawyers who don't. I just received another case with a brand new lawyer. Didn't know what to do in a case like this. We don't know. And here will be this resource that helps all of us. I'm asking you, I come from a strong military background, and law enforcement background. And my dad always told me, when you have a choice and you don't know what to do, you take the hard right. You do the right thing, no matter how hard it is. And I'm asking you, we all know that there's this problem in our community. I'm asking you to take the hard right. I know it's a risk. I know those numbers are scary, especially in those later years. But we can't just say we're going to do nothing about this problem when we have an opportunity. You have all these judges. I don't usually get to join with judges and the sheriff's office and law enforcement and say, we need help with this problem. People are offering us help. I'm asking you to take the hard right, because all the legislation and all the grants that are being allowed, and even our state bar guidelines, are pushing for more mental health care. They're pushing lawyers. Look into the mental health background of these cases. Cases are being overturned for lawyers not looking into the mental health background. So we're going to have to go to these judges anyways and say, give us more money. Let's do it the right way. Let's do it with the skilled people. I'm going to end this with words that are better than mine, and I hope that they mean to you what they mean to me. I'm going to end my part of this presentation with Matthew 25:35. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. Then the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison or go visit you? The king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. The mentally ill, indigent population may be the least among us, and they have the littlest voice. I'm asking you to hear them, and please consider that in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greenberg. Judge Mederi, would you like to offer anything else? I'd like to go back into our discussion, but of course would yield to Judge McCoy at this time.
I wasn't planning on talking, but there was a couple of points I wanted to address. One, you mentioned Court 5 as a special court, and it is. A couple of things that I noticed in these presentations was, one, when Mr. Shamsy said that mental health pours over into all aspects of life and everybody's family, and it's true, it does. It pours over in the families that I deal with in Court 5. Generally, another thing was what the officer said in that presentation, which is people don't just commit crimes for no reason. People don't abuse children for no reason. In my experience working in Court 5 as well as doing criminal defense work in my career, I've met very few evil people in this world. There's always a story behind them. And when somebody doesn't wake up and say, hey, I want to abuse my children, there's a mental health aspect to it. And I see so much of that in Court 5. If you look at the numbers, and you can show Court 5's numbers, and you can see a steady kind of rise in attorney's fees over the years. Well, there's two reasons. One, there's been a vast majority of cases, more cases filed, and two, like Judge Chesney mentioned, the fee structure and court appointment rules as to when I have to appoint attorneys has changed. And that's important. When mental health resources in the community are strained, or in the state are strained, I see it. I could see the result of it with families ended up in Court 5 with their children removed. Something else, again, that if you look at in my fee structures or in my court-appointed attorney's fees, a few years back I started seeing at conferences numbers come up and people talking about how attorneys are going to have to be appointed in certain cases in the future, and began talking about it. Right now what I see is TIDC as well as Office of Court Administration gathering data. Our fee apps are requested to be changed. We have to comply with all of this so they can analyze this type of situation and these numbers. I have a theory, and my theory is this is going to be a mandate at some point, just like the situation in Court 5, where all of a sudden a statute changes and we have to fund that the county has to fund that due to that law change. What's going to happen here, I believe, is based on this data they're gathering and the showing that it's more efficient and the savings in all other areas of the county. In a few years, I don't know when they're going to say, okay, in a certain county over this population, you have to have a public defender's office to address these needs. So it's just something to think about. I don't know, but it's happened in situations in my court, and I think it's probably going to happen here too. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I also just wanted to offer, there was a great slide that showed the top 20 counties and where we ranked, and you'll notice that I believe Tarrant County, which is Fort Worth, is not on there, but I submit to you that I've been to their mental health court, and they just approach it differently. So while they do not have a public health defender's office, trust me when I tell you they've made a huge investment. And I've been with Judge Cook, and it is an incredible operation, and it is saving lives and restoring lives every single day. So I want you to, I don't know about Denton, but I want you to say that everything in yellow plus Tarrant, I can suggest, is already on the cutting edge of what Judge McCoy suggests is imminent, which is that it's a mandate. And at this time, I'm going to ask commissioners to offer any questions or comments that they may have to Judge Mederi or any of the speakers that we had, or Dale. And
Judge, could I just go back for just
yes,
a
sir.
second? And I appreciate that. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the numbers, because I'm always compelled by Lisa Greenberg and what she presents, because I think she's an outstanding lawyer, and everybody else as well. So I don't mean in any way to imply that what you said was not important, because it obviously is. This court's made a huge commitment over the last few years, and I mean it's been unanimous in regards to mental health and the dollars that we've spent and the time that we've indicated. Where I start on things is just with the numbers, and that's where I start all the time. It's just who I am. Sometimes people don't like that, but it's not. to mean anything other than that's just how I kind of like to look at it, and that's what I shared with Judge Maderi and Judge Stith and Judge McCoy when I met with them, and so I really appreciate y'all doing that and taking the time to do it. And actually, I think this delay, while it probably wasn't what y'all wanted, it really helped y'all get those numbers and helped me a lot as I'm looking forward to this, because I had like 10 questions and your presentation answered about 6 of them. So I do appreciate that, maybe even 8 of them. So and I appreciate Ms. Obregon and also Ms. Greenberg, because I did get a few comments from some lawyers saying that they were a little concerned about the money out of their pocket, right? And it's legit. You know, they're worried about the fact that a lot of these young lawyers live on appointments. Doesn't mean they're equipped to do so and I don't mean that rudely, because of the mental health issues. So I understand that, and so hopefully, if we go forward with this, and if we're fortunate to get it, then they will be able to be used on things that aren't mental health related, and there's plenty of those out there too. But I do think that's going to be some work on the bar and the judges reassuring those folks, because that did come up, and that was one of the issues that certainly concerns me, because I don't want to. I mean, I used to take appointments way back when, and I know how important those were to me when I was first starting my practice. So I don't take that comment lightly. The other thing I think that is probably not covered in here is a little more it's a little more subjective. Is the efficiencies, some of the efficiencies and how the court will run and how much more efficient that will be. And I don't really know how you make that into a number, but I'm certainly appreciative of these other numbers, because I do know we're losing a lot of money on sending them to Victoria, and I do know we're losing a lot of revenue in the jail by not having that opening up. But at the same time, and I think too that one of the things that this 100% grant provides us the opportunity is to really go work on these mental health grants. I think there's a lot of grants out there that one or more of you have touched on that this buys us some time to not only bank the funds, because certainly I'm real interested in memorializing that in some sort of motion if that's what we do, because I really want to make sure that gets done, especially while we have when you got 12, 13 judges in concurrence on something, sorry, I'm going to take that and run with it. That doesn't happen a whole lot, I know, just like it doesn't happen that we're always in concurrence either. But I do think that's something that I would also want to make part of this, if we move forward, is to really make sure that we focus on where we can subsidize this with other grants, because I think there's so much money out there for mental health right now, and we just have to have the vehicle in place to do it. So I would want to make banking some of that money in advance and the mental health grants as like part of the motion that we have to do that too, in addition to that, and that gives us some legislative intent, if you will, to do it, because I don't think there's any question that anybody up here, regardless of how they vote or don't vote today, has a huge commitment to mental health. I mean, Joe Gonzalez has been singing that for years, and I know Commissioner Hernandez, Mata, Judge Gonzalez, all of us have really kind of stepped up on those areas. But for me, the fact that that lady was here to let you tell that story is an amazing thing, and I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am, and appreciate you being here. I listen to Terry Shamsy get emotional. I'm going to get the same thing. But you hear Judge Shamsy cry. I get it, man. He's heard a lot of this stuff. It's horrible to deal with. So anyway, those are just comments. I don't really have any more questions, because really most of them were answered. But I appreciate the way you all approached it and did this, because I think it's something that we need to look strongly at making a commitment to. And I don't come to that easily. I mean, as I told the judges when they met with them, I told them I wasn't a yes, I wasn't a no. I just wanted to hear the numbers and see the presentation. But you've done a great job in presenting today, and I appreciate that. But I do want to, like I say, if we're moving forward, I want to fine tune these numbers. I want to bank some dollars. I want to go after some grants, because that is a scary commitment, because it may be $3 million now, but in 7 years it's going to be $4 or $5 million. I mean, let's call it like it is. Salaries go up, things go up. Loads go up, expansion, and so this is a nose under the tent that we've got to make sure that we know going in that this isn't a $3 million commitment. In 6 or 7 years, it's going to be a lot more than that, unless we get grants and unless these efficiencies work. Because if these efficiencies work, and we get more prisoners back in the jail, and we get more attorney's fees reduced and all those things, then it might not be that big a number. But and the grant does buy us some time, I think, to really work on those things. But and I don't know how to exactly do that, but we've got to work on them. I mean, it can't be one of those deals that we okay the grant today and we don't keep working on these efficiencies and we don't bank this money, in my mind anyway, and that we don't go after these mental health grants, and that we don't talk to the hospital district, and we don't, that we don't look under every rock that we can look to see, where we can do that. But in theory, I think it's a very good concept. And again, you answered most all of my questions, so I'm going to leave it at that and let other commissioners weigh in. But I do want to fine tune those numbers, Dale, kind of ending on my numbers deal, because that's, again, kind of who I am. I really want to see how you're getting to that 1.5, and I really want to see where we can, hammer down on these judges a little more to see if we can bank a little more. And being 50 might not be enough, I get it. But I also get that for the first 2 years, it's 100%. And so whatever we're banking in the first 2 years, we can use. But that's still kicking the can down the road a little bit. But it's also an investment in the community and the kind of things that Ms. Greenberg and Judge Shamsy and others have said. We can, we want to make a difference in people's lives, and sometimes it costs a little bit to do that. And coming from the hard right physical conservative on the court, I acknowledge that. So, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I am going to make the motion for the submission of the TIDC mental health grant. I'd ask for a second, and then I can call for further discussion.
Second.
Thank you for the second. In the discussion, yes, ma'am?
The 25 or the 15?
Okay, good point. There are two options, Commissioners. One is 15%, and that would be MH plus 15, and the second option is MH plus 25%. The differential can be found on your paper that showcases approximately, Dale, would you remind us, one is about, 3.1, the other one's 3.5? The difference of about $400,000. Judge Maderi, I'm not going to put you on the spot to represent all the judges, but what would be your consensus of the judge's recommendation at this point? And it's just a recommendation. And if you wouldn't mind, just because we have online.
And explain it a little bit, too.
Sure.
Correct.
Listening.
Well, we talked about this at the judges' meeting, and we basically said the same thing. What do you want to give to the commissioners? Do we want to do the mental health plus 15 or mental health plus 25? And I think most of the judges had agreed to the 25, only for the mere fact that the amount of money that we were going to be able to get in the beginning because of this. I mean, 15, right? You're going for 12 million, versus if you do the other one, it would be 14 million. I can't speak on that. We ended up saying we're going to give both to the commissioners, right? And you guys decide. I think most of us thought the 25 would be better then.
And Judge Maderi, just for the record, we do need to choose. In other words, the application forces the choice. It's not like they get to choose.
Can you explain, though, the difference between the 15 and the 25 for those listening in regards to not just dollars, but what it means? It means dollars for us, more dollars for us, more dollars
So
for
what it
grant.
means is it's kind of what I said in the very beginning. And I also have Scott Ehlers on from TIDC if you have any questions for him as well. Basically what it means is to do all of the mental health in Nueces County. And that's about 25% of our cases. In addition to that, this mental health public defender's office would handle 15% of the other cases involved. Or we do 100% of the mental health and 25% of the other cases. And so that would be the difference there between those two grants.
25% of the non-mental health ones.
Correct.
So that differential is 10%. And again, it's really a matter of capturing those early dollars now versus, not, quite frankly. It's hard to build up to it, and this gives you a little bit of a lead.
Well, and I agree with Judge McCoy. I mean, we've been watching the legislatures. I mean, it would sure seem silly to me that when we can help our most marginalized individuals here in our county, and we don't do this, and then 4 years down the line they say, hey, we're going to mandate this. And I'm going to say, wow, we had opportunity to have $12 million, opportunity to have $14 million, and to help individuals. So.
But do you think that I take it that the legislature is going to mandate on the mental health public defender?
Probably.
But I don't know that I hear the mandating for the non-mental health part of it. Okay, so my issue on the 15 and the 25 is back to those attorneys who are struggling to survive on this, on the non-mental health ones. Like if you're doing 100% mental health, my appeal on this is the fact that we're doing 100% of the mental health. And to me, it would seem like the other attorneys, the young attorneys, could handle more of the non-mental health. I get that there's dollars, but it also means more dollars for us down the road too, if we take on the 25, right? I mean, the county would have to take on then the percentage of that going forward also. So I'm struggling between the 15 and 25, not whether to do the grant, but the 15 or 25.
Is there additional information you wanted to offer?
Yeah, please feel free.
Sometimes it's about looking at it a certain way. What can you offer?
I was just going to remind you all that one of the grants is targeted towards the pandemic relief, and I think that's why they incorporate the non-mental health, is because the pandemic has caused the backlog in not just mental health, but in all of the caseloads. So if you think of it in that way, that grant would help fund either the 15 or the 25% backlog reduction.
And in addition, you have to understand that TIDC has sent it out to 254 counties, right? And so everybody's going to be asking for this money. And the mental health portion of it it says 5 on the slide, but I think they're down to 3 now. And so if we want the biggest bite of this apple, $3 million that they have left on just mental health. And so, I know El Paso, I think there's a grant there. There's a couple other grants that are coming in that are larger grant. And that's the amazing thing. I can't believe how hard we are fighting for this. And we're going to still have to go to TIDC, and they might say no. They might pick another county. But, my argument is, and it will be to TIDC, is, we can put Band-Aids on a bunch of counties, or we can really make a difference. And I think Nueces County, our numbers are high. Our backlog is 65% higher. But I just keep going back to the fact of the individuals that we can help with this grant.
So, you believe that rate of return is best achieved at the 25% level?
I do, and I believe, I don't want to speak for all the judges, but we all kind of talked about it.
Right. Well, and I was there, so I can affirm.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to let it come from you all. But the one thing, commissioners, that I can offer is the reminder that this is our opportunity, right? So this is the consideration, the action is to submit the grant. And as you said, Commissioner Chesney, it gives us time to work out the fine details and of how we would go about it. But one opportunity that comes to mind that I really do want to at least levy here is that if the court were to maximize the grant at the 25% level, according to my calculations, I kind of just wrote it out old-fashioned way, what the fiscal years look like. So year one, I would imagine Judge Mederi would be this fiscal year coming up, right? 22, 23, is that correct?
That's correct.
So we have the ability to make the calculation based on averages of what the hard years, right? The beginnings of the hard years, which is the 80% and the 60% and the 40%. That gets us to the fiscal year 2026, and that should ring a bell with you because 2026 is the year that ARPA needs to be used. And so my suggestion is let's apply for this grant at the maximum. Let's allow our auditor to do some great calculations, and let's backstop the percentages, which is really at least the 80% delta, which is 20%, and then the next fiscal year, which is 40% delta. And if you wanted to, we could even carve out that next one. But between the banking and closing the gap with ARPA, I believe that, we have an unbelievable opportunity.
Judge, could we add, I know you made the motion, could we add the banking part to the motion as
Yes,
well
sir.
as the...
It's like a reimbursement provision. That's how I see it.
Pursuing the grants also.
I'm happy to do that.
Well, yeah, I was just, I'd really like...
I'm happy to amend.
Yeah, and I don't know what the right amount is, and because...
Two choices.
Yeah, and again, so I would just ask for the
Okay,
I
I'm
know
going
the
to make
judges
it,
have all said 50 and 25, but according to Dale's numbers, we may need to bank more than that.
and I'll make it the duality of it. So the backstop is twofold, Commissioner, as I see it. It's the year 1 and year 2, plus it's the year 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the judges' savings for those district courts and county courts that are not County Court 5.
Well, and I think you can throw County Court 5 in, but we just never know how that's going to play out.
That's fair.
Because of the deal. I think he
we
wants
would
to
not
participate, and he
yeah,
wants to be
that's the
involved
one
in
I
this
wouldn't
unless he's
want to
telling
expect.
No, I
but
get
of
it,
course, we can make that equal.
We want to,
So,
I know he wants to participate in those, like I said, those mental health cases.
Right.
He gets probably, oh my gosh, at least it was when I was there. I mean, an inordinate amount of.
right.
Should
So,
be mental
Kara,
health cases.
I'm going to amend.
What's that?
I mean, those defenders are going to be in juvenile as well.
Right, juvenile as well.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I'll amend, Madam Clerk, and so what I would amend to is that I make a motion to submit the application for the TIDC mental health grant at the level of MH plus 25%, with the provision that if we were to be successful with this grant, and I certainly hope we would, that the caveat would be that year 1 and 2, when we were at the 100% level, that we would bank those savings in a special contingency fund that our auditor would set up, and that furthermore, that any savings that could be provided from the district courts and county courts also be added to this contingency fund to be used for the fiscal years that come when the grant is sliding scaled at 80%, 60%, and 40%.
And Judge, I would just add that
Anything else?
I like that. I just would say, not just in years 1 and 2, that we just make that kind of a line item for as long as the grant lasts.
That's fair. How about for the 6 years, the fiscal grant? The fiscal years that include the grant's years, if there are any savings, that they all be banked. But again, those banks are really year 1 and 2 to that full extent, and then to the extent that they're available in the rest of the fiscal
It
years.
just stays in there as a budget line item until further notice or something like that.
Judge?
What about jail bed savings? I mean, that could be added to the bank as well, right? If all of a sudden we find out that instead of 1,000 days in jail, we got 500 days in jail, maybe we bank that as well to prepare for the hurricane later on, right?
And what I can do is maybe on an upcoming agenda item, again, if we were able to be successful in this grant, we could probably put a whole proposal together that would just deal with what we would call contingencies and savings. In other words, we'll be strategic planners for our future here.
And then add in the obtaining of the grants into your motion as well.
Of course.
That we make a concerted effort to go full-fledged after reimbursement grants or whatever we want to call them for mental health.
Sure. That be included in the plan.
Just so the legislative intent, if you will, is clear.
Absolutely. And I'd
If
look
you'll
for a
accept that
second.
as a friendly amendment.
Commissioner Hernandez, would you?
Second.
Too fast for me. All right. We've got a second. And if there are no other discussion, only in the interest of time, we could talk about this important subject all day long.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
I do have one comment.
Of course.
What's going to happen to the individuals that go through this program once they go to court and all? Do y'all keep track of them? I mean, do they have a place to go where they can take their medication, or they just left out in the street again?
That's a great question. That's what happens right now, and that's the problem. But the benefit of having one entity to follow people. So as you saw in the video where the Michael Young says, it's a person, not a file. What happens is they're able to follow these people, and so because they're familiar with mental health, they can do things like, Judge, as part of this probation, order this person to follow up on their meds and to follow up with their counseling. And then let's say they don't go to their counseling or they don't take their meds. Either the person dispensing the meds, whether that be a parent or a doctor, can call, right? Because they know they're on the mental health caseload. And they can do a review instead of throwing the person in jail, right? Waiting for a bad situation to happen. They can do a review quickly. So it's earlier intervention where the public defender's office and the judge can address it and say, you got to start taking your meds again, or you're going to, before they decompensate. And so that's the benefit of having one entity follow instead of the single lawyer. Like if I was appointed to the case, I got done with the case, right? You're on probation. bye, I got paid, you're no longer my client.
Yeah.
So that's the benefit.
But will y'all be looking for, several years ago, I suggested to keep Memorial Hospital as a building for people like these,
Yes, sir.
okay? Because I see people every day here
Yes,
going
sir.
through the trash looking for food. I see them on Agnes Street, begging for money, begging for food. I mean, they're always on the streets. We don't have a place for them to go, to be at, where they can be taken care of. People can make sure they take the meds, okay? I mean, I just don't want the idea of, okay, we created this, go to court, and you're done with it,
So that's the benefit also of a public defender's office is they have social workers in the office, right? Who can follow these people. They're familiar with them. Do you remember that one of the first slides Janice had with the lady named Kay?
Yeah.
And so she had all those different attorneys, right? Nobody was following her. So when she started to decompensate, there was nobody to turn to. There's social workers in the public defender's office that follow these people. Now, that's the benefit because we would, say, hey, they know Kay. They know what to do. We saw Kay, decompensating over here. There's a place to call. Also, if you have kind of one-stop shopping with the PDO's office, the sheriff can see somebody and say, hey, I'm going to call the public defenders. That person is decompensating, I can tell, right? So the people in the public defender's office also know the resources better than somebody just like me, right? So they know, hey, I better call over. They need to get back with MHID. They need to get back with their doctor. So it is a quicker, more centralized one-stop solution for these people that we don't have right now.
Well, I just want to applaud you all for coming up and stepping up. I know Terry Shamsy is very passionate about this. When he was county judge, he always fighting about that. But let's see if it'll work for us. I hope it does.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I just want to say again, I know everybody talked a long time already, but I just want to say I've never seen so many sitting judges as so passionate about mental health, and I want to thank you for that because some of us have been on this side fighting for those things for a long time, and I think by bringing in the judicial system, it has to work because you guys see it every day too, and being a certified mental health and licensed professional counselor in the state of Texas, federal probation and parole, police officer, I've seen those stories that you're talking about, in and out, and they're sad stories. And it is about helping one person at a time. You help one, you've helped a lot because you're going to help the family. Ma'am, to your family, I want to say thank you for being here. We pray for you, and we pray for your son. Okay? I'm sorry, but I wish I could say something more, but just know that we are with you. We're praying for you. Okay? The other thing that I just want, and again, I know Commissioner Chestnut about numbers, and I always ask questions too. I have some questions that I'd like to have answered, because I support this, but I also like to know if this will be a brand new department. I think it will be a brand new department. And the money that we get from the grant, will that money be also utilized to house this department somewhere else? We can't house it here in the courthouse?
Judge Mederi, would you answer that?
Sure. Well, the first year of the grant, if you look at it, the first year is higher because it comes with build out, it comes with furniture, computers, chairs, everything like that. Right. So it's higher like that. What we'd love to do is get with the county and say, hey, do you have a building that's empty, right? And maybe, or come here. I mean, if I had my druthers, I would have the public defender's office in the courthouse because then you have an even playing field, right? You have the district attorney's office in the courthouse. You have the public defender's office in the courthouse. So, I mean, that would be my druthers in order to do that.
And the other question I have also is, I saw where the pay was going to be almost equal to the one for the DA's office.
Correct.
And I guess the county attorney's office.
What we did was when TIDC did that, it makes sense, right? I mean, you have to have commensurate pay. So we want to have the same amount of pay as the DA's office, or basically everybody at the DA's office would go work at the public defender's office, right? It's kind of like when we have our court reporters. If we give our court reporters raises but don't give them to the county court judges, I mean, they're going to come up to the district court. And so we wanted to make sure that we are on a level playing field, to make sure that the DA's office and the other arm, which would be the public defender's office, have commensurate pay.
Another concern I had, I think Commissioner brought this up, but my concern was also about the young lawyers, coming up, that hopefully with this 25%, hopefully they will be all able to also allow them to practice and continue practicing, because this is where they get their experience. This is how they become better lawyers.
Right. And I agree. And I would love it if the public defender's office also had a mentoring program, because, when I was a young lawyer, I'm 32 years ago now, I would always go and sit with the most experienced attorney that I can find. And so, those young lawyers, it would be great to be able to have a mentoring program also with the PD's office.
Right. Well, again, I just want to thank you for thinking of this program, and hopefully it'll work. I'm also a numbers guy. I like to, in 2 years from now, or 3 years, if it's not working, can we just close it?
Well, you'd have to ask Scott Eilers. Sorry, I'm sorry, I butchered your name for the last 5 years. No, I believe that the county has to get on board on this. I mean, I think the county has to commit to it. I think the resolution, which is the next part of it, basically says that you all are going to go. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never had, the great thing is I've been on TIDC now since 2000, I think in 16. We've never had one go belly up, right? We've never had one fail. And they never come back and say, hey, thanks for the money for the first couple of years, but we don't want to do this anymore. It's a horrible idea. So I've never seen one fail.
Well, thank you. Well, again, it's about changing lives, saving lives, and making Nueces County a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Judge.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Morris.
Thank you. I appreciate the judges and all the attorneys and the stories that we've heard today. Appreciate TIDC for making this opportunity, and we know that nothing's guaranteed. I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez's question and concern, because I think that's commensurate with all grants that we are looking at and that impact every department. Is how long will it be there, and then it falls on us to be able to support through tax dollars. We have not been able to jumpstart, I think, a lot of things here in the county without grants, and so I definitely appreciate those chances for us. Obviously, I'm not going to go over again that the full court system, all the judges that are backing of this, and I've always been a supporter of public defenders, and read and seen the benefits of how it could again help people be able to change their lives, improve their lives, and of course hopefully give back to the community and to society. But most importantly, what I want to remind us is that with these grants that we have received, these are policy decisions that we'll have to make in the future. These are priorities that we have not been able to fund for whatever reasons over the years. But I know, and we've always heard from each of you, the judges, that you cannot get political. We know that you cannot make political endorsements, but this is about the most political that we can see you, because it impacts the services that could help our court system here in Nueces County. We all recognize the mental health issues that are needed that really tie in many times with the criminal element. So I just want to remind us, and for perpetuity, and for the future, for those that may be sitting in these seats in the future in 5, 10, 20 years, that this is a priority that we must say has a permanent home. I can't imagine that this program would ever fail for any way other than mismanagement or underfunding. I think that this is something that is essential for our community. And, we did that just recently with ARPA funding for pay raises for our law enforcement. We would not be able to do this without funding from outside funding to help us get jump started. But at some point in the budget cycle coming up soon, and in future years, we're going to have to make those commitments. And so today, this is not just about us committing or supporting a grant. It's about long term. It's about setting the standard today. It's about making people know that we care. It's not just because we heard amazing stories today, but it's because this is what our community deserves. People that knock our community or expect our community to do better, yet we don't fund the services that are needed, we're never going to change. We're never going to improve with education, with social services, with criminal prosecution and rehabilitation. All of those things are important. Paying our employees at a better rate than we have systemically. So all of these things tie together. So judges, I know you cannot take public stances with our budgets in the future, but I hope that you will quietly whisper to your counterparts and to anyone else that listens that the services we provide here in the county are all tied in together. Public Defender's Office, social services, veteran services, on and on and on. And so I hope that today this is another step that we have taken over the last couple of years, especially with funding that has been provided to us, to say these are our commitments. And so I believe strongly in this. I know that it will not fail. And all the support that you need, you will always get it from me. I appreciate Commissioner Chesney asking for these numbers, giving us a better chance to discuss this in further detail. But I knew from day one that I was behind this because it makes sense. These offices have been in existence for decades throughout the country and have made benefits in lives. And so I strongly support this, and thank you all for working so hardly on this.
Thank you. At this point, I will call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, same sign. Today is a great day. I'm really proud to live in Nueces County today. I hope you are too. And I would like to salute the judiciary, who not only always makes us proud, but today really stood for the most vulnerable amongst us. And sometimes they say that everything has a crack, and that's because you got to let the light in. And today we let the light in. And I'll just say for our fellow gentleman who's with us from TIDC that I hope that you can see we've taken 2 hours to really bring the light in, not only to hear the right way you make a presentation, but to understand the fiscal impact, the emotional and spiritual impact that it can have. And I believe that if we were to be awarded this grant, you would see a very fine fiscal, conservative, strategic plan to make certain that it lasts for years and years to come. So let us all wish us well. We are certainly deserving, but more important, we have the heart to make it work. So as they say in my house, light a candle, say a prayer, and keep us posted. Once you submit the grant, we'd like to know, you mentioned the resolution, and I'm embarrassed, but I do not see it listed on the agenda as posted. But I would like to signal to the court that, court administrator, that we can craft a resolution in order to, as a letter of support. We do this all the time, where we could, accompany that with your grant. And thank you.
Congratulations to all of you.
All right, thank you all very much. We really appreciate it. We did
Okay.
great. We did
Thank
great
you.
today, Nueces County.
Yeah, we did. Thank you. Yes, thank you. As we transition, I'm going to focus our attention to some of the agenda items that also have some mirror agenda items in executive session. But the one that does not have a mirror item that I think we can take up is the concept of item number 2, which is yes, sir, 2 and 3. The items are about considering appointing an interim chief medical examiner, including contracting with the staffing agency. And we were notified that there was, I think they maybe even made contact. It was a company called, was it Forensic Technology? Can you provide the court with a little more information?
But could we discuss this in executive session? So it's related to an executive and letter B as well?
If you'd like that, absolutely. So item 2 and item 3 are all related, and item 4 are all related to compensation packages and staffing with regards to the medical examiner's office. That's item 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then if we take those up in executive session, we also have items 6, 7, and 8 to still address. And also the items 6 and 7 are all also related to executive session type items. So really, it's just item 8, but I'm wondering if, with regards to section 8, this is discuss and consider county employee policies related to employee investigations, including procedures, employment notice, and ethical conduct. This kind of goes hand in hand with the idea of establishing new employee policies.
Yeah, I didn't have anything as backup.
Well, it was just the idea that we had already suggested that we have employee policies drafted. And I wanted to really formally put on the record that we've never really formally given the directive to have background checks, and I'd like to make that inclusive of our new employee policies.
Oh, this is for just new employees?
Well, we could make it for anything. We could say it's for directors. We could say it's for, what we need is a budget, right? We actually, if we're going to do background checks, we actually have to have dollars associated with that. So think about it from a directive at this point, which is, could we establish a policy that at least for certain levels of folks, like directors, for example, or, I don't know, we could create a list, you know, and that we give that directive to say we want background checks and we're willing to create the budget that it would require.
So are you looking for a motion today of some sort?
It was just a discussion.
No, right.
In other words, we've charged HR with bringing us employee policies, but what I'd like to say is that, I mean, it seems to me that it is a gap that we don't have background checks because that's not provided for in the budget, right? We don't have a mechanism to do that, but we could. And if that's something that the court wishes, for example, for directors of departments,
Well, I would just think maybe, in general, if the HR department wants to bring us back something to look at and along the lines and how much it would cost, and I'm not exactly sure how far you want to go with this today, but
just that there should be some.
I thought we'd kind of done it already, like you said, to bring us back some things.
There was just some protocols that I think we've been lacking, and I think today is almost an example of it, right? I think that there is, we need to create some stronger procedures, some more important due process notices when people do find themselves, you know, in a moment where there is either innuendo or affidavits that are clearly not admissible, nor are they anything but hearsay. You know, how do we go about taking care of that? We typically look to employee policies, but we don't have it, you know, and I'd like to create that. I'd like to make certain that.
I think what maybe you're saying is you want to amend it because we do have the policies.
That's correct.
We follow the policies
that we have.
If you want to amend them and look at different ways to do things, then we can always do that. But we do have policies of which were followed based on what's had today. We follow
Agreed.
the exact policy. So if it's an amendment that you're looking for, then I don't.
Really, I want to bring back up that we need stronger employee policies. And that is certainly a charge that we've given. But here today, I don't feel like we have a good direction unless the court says, you know, we wish to at least have you bring us back what HR thinks is best practices for background checks. Start there. What is the best practice for notice when a question of ethics comes up? What is the best practice for investigations? There's got to be notice given. There's got to be due process.
Well, I would think that would just be what the HR would be doing on their own and should come up with that kind of stuff regularly. If any time there's something that needs to be amended, then the HR director or any department, I'm just using that because that's the one you're using, but any department head, if they believe we need to change something, I think every department head is charged with doing that on a regular basis. And I don't know that we can make a motion to direct them to do it again, but I would think that's part of their job. Part of their jobs is a normal thing.
Yeah,
we've certainly said as a court we want to look at policy manuals and we want to look at doing things. I think that's part
Well,
of
I'd
why
like
we
to maybe
hired
give
Ms.
a-
Weber. I mean, I think we've hired her for that role already, haven't we,
Right.
to some extent, so.
Maybe it's more of a formality of, let's get those policies brought to us in the next 30 days. Let's then have the court review those, and then we could maybe ask Ms. Weber to review them for the legality of them.
Yeah, or let us look at them first.
Or-
I
right,
don't-
no,
yeah, I
look
mean,
at
I
it,
just, like
yes.
I said, whatever, and I'd say that's for any department head. If any department head has policies that they think need to be changed in this county, then every department has, in my opinion, just like every commissioner and every judge, all of us have, we have that responsibility. If the county attorney has things, the county clerk has things, any department has, I mean, that should just be a given. But, and like your background check example, those are super cheap. That doesn't cost, I mean, it's not very expensive to do that. But if we need to put a little money in for background checks because we don't have it, okay.
That's exactly what the discussion's all about. Let's have that in open court so that we know that we're following the protocols, as you said, exactly as we have them. But
if we need to change protocols, we can.
But we can.
Right now, I think we are following them, but we just need
We
to.
are.
We need to.
We are, but I think they've got some holes in it that we can make
Could be.
stronger.
I'm not saying we don't or do. I'm just-
Okay, well, as I said, my goal here is to make certain that we talked about all of these things that we listed here, procedures, investigations, notice, and conduct, and it's now time to bring those forward as what the best practices are. Bring them in the next 30 days. That would be my motion. And, of course, if there's more time needed, well, then let us know. But within at least 30 days, and that's because I know that you've been working on them. And again, that's just a draft, right, of what the best practices are. And then we could review them, at which time we would send them back to legal for their review. But I think we've got to get.
I would just expand that
Go
for
ahead.
any department head, and if we're going to do it, then let's just, and maybe give them 60 days and just say,
60
anybody that has, any department head that has any policy changes they think we need to make that helps run their
To send
department
to
better.
HR.
Or,
Yeah,
yeah,
give
well,
them-
whatever, or however.
Well, you have to have a repository, right? You've got to have a repository of all the things. All department heads follow one manual.
But,
You
well,
know,
maybe to the county attorney so that she can review some of them from a legal standpoint. I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know that all the policies would qualify to HR. In other words, I don't want to burden
Well, let
HR
me just
with
tell you, I
public
think
works
it's been, forgive me, 25 years since we've done something, and you have new things that have come up, like internet. So how do we handle internet? Issues that are of our day, like sexual harassment. Issues of our day that regard cybersecurity. Even the onboarding and offboarding of personnel is different today due to technology than we did yesteryear. So that's really the idea, is that if you have great ideas, send them as a department head, but there should be a comprehensive manual that all people can look to that's consistent. And I think that's kind of where,
I think we should just say 60 days, any policy changes, HR, Public Works, I mean, because there could be some things that aren't being done in Public Works that they'd like us to do differently, or whatever. If you want to make it a broad-based, every department head submit something to the county attorney to be the filter in 60 days, then that sounds fine.
At one time, we did have a policy manual, didn't we?
we do have one.
We
We're
have
just
one.
saying it has not been updated recently, and times have changed, and so there's all new issues. And we said we wanted to do this, but now it's time to do it. But it usually typically starts with the collaboration of HR and legal. Why? Because, well, HR understands what HR policies and practices are. And then legal makes sure that it follows the employment laws to a T. So, that is and again, when we have a strong policy, then it avoids problems for both, quite frankly, and increases transparency.
And Judge, I want to make sure I'm clear on that. And that's just appointed department heads. I'm not saying for elected officials.
No, that's right. It's our
and
folks.
And just if they don't have any, they don't have to make any up. I'm just saying, let's give everybody an opportunity to take a look at it.
Right, and remember, if you're non-exempt, right, you follow the civil service, right? But if you're exempt, we really do need to have guidelines. So,
Excuse me, Judge, do we still have a civil service commission?
we do. We do. I know during COVID, I don't know how often they've been meeting,
We haven't had to,
but, beg your pardon?
we haven't had to meet because we haven't had cases.
Right, so we just remember to use your mic. Yeah, so there you go. We have not had the occasion, but we do have one, and from time to time, you'll see that the board members come through our appointment process here on the court. Okay, so really, the motion is just within 60 days' time that there be any suggestions, comments, but I'm specifically saying that we need the HR employee policies to be brought forth. And again, collaborate at all times as you're bringing forth these drafts with council.
And then would that be for any other elected, or not, or any other department?
I would just include all county departments.
All county appointed department heads, not
Department
elected
heads,
officials.
yeah.
Just a.
Right, well, we don't need to have.
If they have any suggestions, to
right.
send them to Julie, to Jenny, sorry.
Right, even elected, I'll double check this, but even elected.
They want to, but I don't want to.
Right, could do it if they wanted to.
I do background checks already.
I know, I don't want to mandate anything to them right now.
Right, we're just talking, that's great.
I do.
But you do it with the budget that you have and
It's free.
It's free?
DPS, and then we give it to the sheriff.
don't mind using it.
Yeah, with like DPS, and then it's a free service, and then with the sheriff's department, but we're required to do background checks, and I do
Right.
them also just because it's a smart thing to do when I'm hiring you to come to the courthouse.
It's free, so there you go.
But you can, for a few dollars, you can get a service with the DPS, but it's very minimal. It doesn't take a lot of time. It's easy.
But like anything, we want to make sure that we codify it, that we,
Yeah.
make certain that it's consistent for everybody, and
One
it might be, the sheriff might want to do it for
One state,
10
one-
people, but maybe not for 1,300,
One's
right?
state, one's
It
national.
becomes different,
One state and one's national.
Right.
right?
So, but again, it's for my office. It's
Well,
smart
sure,
and I'm
because you
gonna-
deal with elections, you've got all kinds of certain criteria, treasury, absolutely, it's significant. But I will tell you that many of our department heads don't have that opportunity right now, and we'd like to afford them that opportunity. I mean, that's the bottom line. Okay, so that's the motion, and again, make sure that it's comprehensive. Is there a second to that?
No, I got a question to that.
Second.
You
Thanks.
mentioned something a while ago, Judge. If a department head select somebody, I think it'd only be wise to send that person back to HR and say, "Can you clear this person for me?"
Well, I think that's exactly what we're saying. Maybe that's the policy. I don't know. Let's see what the best practice is. But that's a good idea. And that's the idea that we want you to, anybody can submit to HR, Commissioners Court or directors. But the idea is we don't have that really delineated. Some people have that because they have a very specific office dealing with dollars or with, with the integrity of the vote. That's different from, let's just say, coastal parks. And just as important, by the way, because they're dealing with interaction with people on the beach and money and.
You don't have it in your department?
No, she does.
I do it.
No, I'm talking about Julie.
Oh, I'm sorry, to who?
To Julie. You don't have it?
Don't forget to use the mic because it's hard for them to record.
I don't know, I always thought you had it.
No, sir, I don't have a program or software for that in my office.
Wow, so I'll show you.
Trying to say it should.
Yeah, it's not a software either, it's just a link. Yeah, okay.
Well, again, and what would be great is if you have information that you can share, but like I said, I know that there might be information that it might be dps.gov, but whatever it is, it needs to be available not just to county clerks, but to HR, and that might be.
I think it's available to everybody.
Yeah.
It's free to everybody.
It's not special for me. It's just I looked for it. I researched it. That's what I did.
It's from the Sheriff's Department, right?
No, well, I also will get the sheriff's department if I need to. But again, you just go online, y'all. It's DPS.gov. It's not. It would be great if before I got candidates to my office that all that was done.
And that's what we're talking
so
about.
I think that would be wonderful.
That's what we're
I thought
talking
when
about.
I got here that was going on, but it's not.
No, it's not. And so that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Is that we want to make sure we're keeping up with best practices. But it's not just that. It's, as I said, it's different categories. Like,
Right.
all those different elements that we talked about that are new issues that are now involved in the workplace that we must address just by being more modern. Okay. All right. All the 60 days. And if for some reason that's a problem, you'll let the court manager know. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Look, at this time, all the other items need to be addressed in executive session at this time. So I'm giving notice. This is public notice that Commissioners Court will go into executive session to discuss matters that are listed on the agenda and that we've already announced, and they're authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code. To the extent there's been a pattern and practice for distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, we're advising the public the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. We do so with authority of Governments Code, Vernon's Texas Code, sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 074, 075, 06, 86, and 87. We're doing so to consult with attorneys and including and related to matters, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of our executive session, we will come back into open session and take such action as appropriate on any items that were discussed. The time is 5:17 for the clerk. I would ask all those to clear the courtroom. Connie, would you take us off? traveling back in at 8:14 p.m. And for the clerk, all of the items listed in the agenda that were not addressed during court were taken up during executive session, and we do have some motions with regards to some of those. So to begin, let me tackle the matters listed in 2A2, discuss and consider the appointment of acting interim chief medical examiner, including contracting with any staffing agency. And I'm going to make a motion to name as our interim medical examiner Dr. Ray Fernandez. And furthermore, going to make part of that motion that the court direct Aide Hernandez, court manager, to work with staffing agencies that are appropriate for this type of office in helping staff other necessary, staffing needs for the medical examiner's office.
Judge, just a quick question. Should
Okay.
we do the other one first?
Yeah.
So that since in reverse order, since we need to not, since we have to have an opening to appoint him to? But.
Good point. Good point.
All right.
Resignation.
We can do it in reverse order so that there can be a space for that, and that would be, give me 1 second. I'm just looking at the.
Number 5, I think?
It's the closest one.
Yes.
Item number 5, which is to discuss and consider the current medical examiner pursuant to section 551074. And so what I'll do, Kara, is let me just hold on that motion. It's going to stay the same, but let's withdraw it. So it'll make sense in order. It's going to make sense after we finish with this motion. Let's hear the motion. The motion is to accept the resignation of the medical examiner and to instruct Tanya Weber, who's representing us, Nueces County, in this matter, to continue the negotiation towards final resolution.
Effective tomorrow.
Is it effective tomorrow?
Correct. Effective tomorrow. And I'm not sure the date, but I think it's the 20th.
20th.
Of April.
20th.
And a final document, I'm certain, will be brought to the court. And now,
Second, Judge.
thank you. I was going to say, now I'd like a second. And I've got one, Kara. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. And now we have the action that I just mentioned, which is to appoint an interim chief medical examiner and to contract with the staffing agency to help further that office. And is there a motion? Is there a second? Again, it was to nominate Dr. Ray Fernandez.
Second.
Second by Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then there would be the compensation package for the medical examiner. I think my motion would be just to instruct the court manager to negotiate with the interim medical examiner, Dr. Ray Fernandez, at this time, since we believe that that can be brought back to us on the 27th for finalization.
Yeah, we might also be able to look into a professional services agreement
That would be excellent.
with Dr. Fernandez.
So let's,
We need to look into it.
okay. So again, the direction is both to the county manager as well as to the county attorney as to the appropriate contracting mechanism that would be needed to move Dr. Fernandez from that part-time employee position to the full-time employee.
Right.
And that we direct you to do so on our behalf.
Second.
And there's a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, so having dealt with the compensation, the direction, the staffing, I don't believe that there's anything else on page 3 of 4. Double checking.
There is number 4.
I
You know what? That's so interesting. We never really got there.
Well, and I think we already did that.
You know what I'd like to do? May I table that till tomorrow? We didn't do it. It's
You had
just.
something else?
It is something else.
Oh, okay, sure. Motion
It is
to-
something else.
You said include.
Yes, I did. I did.
Motion table number 4 till tomorrow.
Till tomorrow.
Well, do we have time?
It's not going to be noticed for tomorrow.
But if we table it?
If I can recess
Just
it.
recess.
Oh, you want to recess? Do we have
On that.
time?
You know what? The 27th is so close.
That's fine.
I'm okay
Motion to
with
table
bringing it on the
okay.
27th.
Motion to table the 27th.
Yeah, if there
Okay.
can be some latitude given to the county manager, who's already really in the same types of negotiations.
Okay.
But please just notice it for the
keep
27th.
us
And we'll just pass on it at this time, Kara. Okay?
I seconded it, if that's what you needed.
Yeah, table to the 27th. And I've got a motion and a second. And any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. And then that leaves items 6 and 7 that are related. And there's a motion to table this item. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll second. And
Till the 27th, I guess.
till the 27th?
I think we have to have a date, so.
Okay, so we'll motion to table to the 27th, so no action at this time. And all those, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Pose same sign.
And that would be 6 and
And that's
7,
really
yeah.
6 and 7, Kara. And then 8, we've already taken action on, and I believe that concludes, if you'll look at the executive session, that's really all that we have today. We're going to offer adjournments in memory tomorrow, and so we have no further business for the court to entertain today. It's 8:21, and we will finish our business at 8:21 p.m.